Hey everybody. Sorry for the late start here. Yeah, I was hiding. You guys already know what's up. I had to have some ice cream, duh. Bluebell. Let me just tell you. Best ice cream ever. But man, I ordered some from DoorDash the other day. And the driver messages me and tells me the ice cream's a little soft. Is that okay? I'm like, or he said it's a little melted. Is that okay? I said, well, how melted? He's like, not bad. I go, okay. That's fine. It gets here like a few minutes later, and I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. It was straight liquid. All of them. I was so mad. I mean, it wasn't even a little bit cold. And I guess the place is having the place it came from is having freezer problems. But I'm like, are you serious? This is not this has to be a cruel joke. I mean, it was straight liquid. They were completely like unsalvageable. And I didn't even feel like, I mean, you could clearly tell like they were all liquid. Like you could just like shake it and it's liquid. Cotton candy cones. Oh, that sounds scrumptious. No, it was not shake quality either. It wasn't even cold a little bit. I mean, who's to say that the milk would be even that's in it would be good anymore? Because I don't know how warm it got, and plus, free frozen ice cream after it's melted, it's gross. It's not. It's crystally, and it's not the same. They did refund me like for most of it, but like I even gave the guy extra money because he sent me a picture of the flavors they had because they didn't have the kind I wanted, and they only have like one flavor in the app, but you have to let them know if you want a different flavor. But thing is, like, you don't know what ones they have, and I've had people just like send, plain vanilla because that's all they had. I mean, they don't read the notes, but anyways, I don't know what happened, but Walgreens has been. I went in there yesterday, and all their frozen stuff was taken out of the freezer. So, yeah, I guess they're just having trouble with the freezer. No, it was actually minutes. But he got here like just minutes after he asked me if it was okay that the ice cream was kind of melted, that they were having freezer problems. I said, well, how melted? He's like, not bad. I'm like, okay. I didn't expect for it to get here like a few minutes later, and it just was straight, like all liquid. There was, I told him, I'm like, there is no solidity to this at all. I mean, it sucks for them because, he probably realized it, I'm guessing, but yet like their drive there and everything, and to bring it here would be all for nothing. Like his drive there, if he canceled the order. Hey, Crystal Stars, Lip Lock, Country Girl. Hey, May, Marlene, Ethereal. Do you have the CA to see if they were really having freezer? Oh, I was in there the next day. Yeah, they are having freezer problems. They were. But I mean, I think the thing is, like, you could tell by feeling them. I knew the second I opened the bag that they were going to, the second I pulled it out, I'm like, oh my gosh. One of them was like halfway empty. Halfway, it was like all liquid. It was halfway empty. But what the heck? Shush. My daughter is being dramatic. Hey, Scott H. Do you like my title? Ziggy Has Thoughts. I couldn't think of anything to title it, but I do have a lot of things on my mind. It is about the Summer Wells case. It's crazy there for a while. It seems like all I've been talking about lately is Summer Wells case, you know, for a few months there. I'd say the first few months of this year, probably February to about a month ago or so, I would only talk about Summer Wells. Like, I was literally only talking about Summer Wells probably a couple times a month, but now there's so much to talk about. It just feels like maybe something is going to happen soon with the case. Maybe things are happening in the background that we don't know. Hopefully. Oh my gosh, last night was so much fun. If you guys did not watch last night's live on Mystical Mermaid, that was like a last minute thing, and I was really, really excited about it. And it ended up, it turned out really good. Really good. We ended up being on there for like 5 hours. And good news, I don't know if she knows yet, because I did just message her. I just don't know when it's going to happen, but Benny said that he will go on there. So she's going to be happy to know that. I think that will be cool. I mean, I know it's difficult for her to reach out to creators and stuff because she doesn't know who's going to be cool with, like, you know, that kind of stuff. Nothing, you know, nothing like kind of like sours the atmosphere than somebody who's like a Debbie Downer when you're trying to just have, you know, it's just supposed to be fun. And some people don't really, you know, they just want to sit there and talk shit the whole time because it's a psychic reading or whatever, but it's still fun. Like, even, I mean, unless you have some major like religious stance, like strong stances religiously against, I understand that. Just don't watch it. You know what I mean? You know, as long as you know in advance what you're getting into, and it's going to be tarot cards and stuff like that. It seemed, for the most part, everything seemed really accurate. However, I don't know. The parts that, it seems definitely possible, I guess. Like, I didn't think I would ever get in a relationship again. I don't know how much I believe that, but I guess that's kind of stuff happens when you're not expecting it. I just enjoy being alone. And then the part, like, well, the first thing she said was that I'm assertive. And I'm like, yeah, no, that's like, that was the very first thing she said. I'm like, no, that's not me at all. But when she continued to talk and explain what she meant, I understood what she meant. I understood it wouldn't be called assertive. It would be more called react without thinking, kind of, sometimes. When it comes to certain emotions, like sometimes I'll react like without too soon, I guess. That's true. But as far as being assertive, I'm definitely, I wouldn't explain, I wouldn't say I'm assertive at all, actually, quite the opposite. Yeah, I just looked up assertive as having a showing of a confident or forceful personality. Um, that's, yeah, not now confident in some ways. I mean, but not forceful personality at all. Um, as far as though, I would say like a bunch of it was very true. I've always been told that I'm I've always known that. A lot of this stuff like intuitive being intuitive and stuff, like that's what I have pretty much I have known that, but I thought was really interesting how when we got into the Summer Wells case, um, and talked about, her feelings on that. And what came up during it was really, really interesting because here, let's see here. Let's go to here. I'll just put in. I'll show you what happened when she. Okay, here. Let me share this little map here. Google Earth Studio. Hey, reap what you sow, and Crazy Hillbilly Electronic Medium, Samantha Krugman. Yeah, the motel. Now, some people were lost because they didn't. Okay, so this is 110. And I'm just going to put that as our starting point right here. Some people were lost. And that's because I didn't know if I was really going to talk about some things like on this channel. And it had come out on my last live, like that was on this channel, not the one yesterday that was an hour long, just letting everybody know I'm going to be going over to her channel. The one before that, I was at the very end of the live when there was not very many people on at that time because I'd already been off for several hours. It kind of came up a little bit because I felt more comfortable talking about it because there wasn't as many people on. And I kind of spoke about it, I think, the day before that when I said I got an email. And I was really interested in talking to this person who had emailed me. We hadn't talked on the phone yet. And they were talking about how one of their good friends had at one point, got into drugs really bad. And she had noticed her looking at, her phone over the Summer Wells case. And then she saw Don's picture come up and was like, I know that guy, that used to be one of my regulars back in Knoxville when I was, using. So I finally got to talk with her and stuff. And there was some pretty like crazy things said, and a lot of it was very probable considering the things like that have seemed to come up over the past year. Seemed probable to me that Dawn was involved in drugs. Like, that's not shocking. Also seemed probable to me that Dawn possibly had got, you know, ladies of the night, like Scott put it. I guess that's the nice way to put it. So that wasn't really that shocking, really. But it started to get scary when it got into something, you get, it really got scary. I'm like, I don't know if I should talk about this. And I was just saying last night, like one of my, I guess it's kind of a downfall, really. I don't have much like fear as far as I'm too laid back on some things. But this really freaked me out. And I did turn into the phone call to TBI just through email. I just emailed it over because I knew that's what was going to happen. When I called them, they were just going to give me the email to send the stuff over because that's what's happened before. So I just mailed it over. I didn't talk to anybody. I did attach a phone number if they wanted to talk to me, but who is that lady, CG? Her name's Kirsty. Let's see. You're a criminal. She tried to say you were a criminal. Are you serious? Is that for real? Oh, yeah, the grass. That freaked me out too. And those guys are supposed to come over. It's today. Yeah, today. Well, I guess now because it's Sunday. It's after midnight. So that's what I mean by today. Will one of the mods please? Hi and love for me, please. We can't see one another and we don't know why. Oh, you can't see Marlena? In her live yesterday, Jody Sue said all of us who associate with Scott H are criminals and he gives us missions. Missions? Should she really be talking when she's been in prison? When I'm sure like many of us have not been in prison. I don't have my picture in the Indiana Department of Corrections, like, or whatever prison website is. Christy. Oh, dang, I can't get that. What's the name of the, hold on. Maybe I'll bring it up way later on during our live. Like, I am curious to see this, but I know, let's see. Kirsty, what is she? Is it what's the name of the channel? You won't let me click links. Or maybe if I put just Kirsty Summerwells. It's not coming up. Now my computer's, why is it? This computer should never, ever freeze. Like, it's, Okay. Forensic astrologer. Okay, I might have. That's all I want to know is the name of it. Forensic. Okay, so yeah, that came up. Does she only have 325 subscribe? Oh, wait, no. Okay, I'm subscribed to her, so maybe I have seen it. So yeah, the whole ladies of the night thing came up yesterday too, and but something that was really interesting that I hadn't thought of for a long time. Let's see, can you guys see the map? Okay. She had mentioned Newport, Tennessee. Okay, so I typed in Newport, Tennessee, and she had mentioned a fair. Okay, so like basically the first one of the I just moved it for a second, and like the first thing that came up is, and I started. I must let's see. This was like immediately I saw this right here, the Cobb County fair, right when she mentioned it, and I was like, that freaked me out because I had talked to a lady from a search crew like late last year, probably in October, November. Like we still talk occasionally. And so she had mentioned something about a fair and like an abandoned building, or that reminded her as like an abandoned like factory or something. But it was just really strange because I remember this Cobb County fair. Okay, so I figured out what the significance of this place is because I asked her, I talked to her, I'm like, what was it about the Cobb County Fair? Does anybody has anybody heard about this place? Yeah, it was fun. Reading Knoxville hotel reviews. See, the thing is, though, I know, me too. I was reading a lot of them. I was told like the outskirts of Knoxville, though. So I'm wondering if it's not actually like quite Knoxville, which makes it more difficult. But you have to remember, she said that the whole 10 months that she was there at this place, she never saw law enforcement one time. So I don't think it's something that's really on the radar. But you would think, I mean, probably by now, you would think it would be, though, because how would people even find out? I mean, you would have to have business. So, yeah, okay. Ernie, I thought it was Ernie, but no. And that's what she thought too. Ernie actually went to, let's see, a racetrack. So she said, because at first she thought it was Predator Hunter Nation. She goes, I watched y'all last night, and yes, there was quite a few significant things. That is where Predator Hunter Nation went and did that weird search, and it's where, okay, this is the part. Okay, so she says it was Predator Hunter Nation at first, but then she says in the next message after sending some pictures, she goes, Oh, never mind about Predator Hunter Nation. They went to the racetrack. These pictures are from the abandoned property behind the fire department beside the fairgrounds. So she mentions this. She mentioned something about an abandoned property behind the fire department. I'm going to bring up those pictures here in a second. I'm going to see if I can bring it up on this map. But then she goes on to say that something that was interesting that I remember, and it totally like it sparked my memories. I'm like, oh, my memory. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. She said it's where Dawn and Summer were supposedly seen the day before she went missing. There is or was a red Toyota truck at the fire department, and that abandoned property beside it is sketch. But Raven is one that went to this place, I guess. And then she sent me some pictures. And there is a Toyota Tacoma sitting out there that it does look exactly like the Toyota Tacoma that they were talking about. But then she goes on to talk. She does bring up some things about Ernie. She says, let's see. Because I asked her how credible the source was that said it. She couldn't remember who first said it, but not long before Dawn went to jail, he talked to Ernie on a recorded phone call, and Ernie said, you were seen in Newport at the stoplight the day before. And Dawn said, no, I don't go to Newport, and I don't know anyone in Newport. And then she says, you know that Newport is where Predator Hunter Nation is, and I think they knew each other before Summer went missing. I said, Ernie is from Newport? I thought he was from Kentucky. She said he is, but Predator Hunter Nation is in Newport at the Hemp Cafe. And Ernie lived there too for a long time. He was security, LOL. Then she sends me the Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe, like the address, the Google like picture of all that. She said Tina opened a new restaurant about 6 months ago, but that is a hemp cafe and a secret training facility, LOL. She also thinks that demon spiders are in their electrical lines. I said, OMG. But there's a restaurant also, I guess, that they have in that area. So they have that hemp cafe and some other, I don't know, restaurant or something. She said, and I remember the people talking about this too. And she said Predator Hunter Nation was also in she meant Predator Hunter Nation was also in Gatlinburg when Summer was. The weekend before she went missing, like June 11th. And she said, in my opinion, Predator Hunter Nation was formed around Summer's disappearance. And Mountain Girl called them out on being there, and then they shut her up, and she disappeared for a long time. And she sent me a picture of that Mountain Girl, I guess, posted of Ernie and I don't know that guy's name, Xander, I guess, and Tina outside a place in Gatlinburg. I guess it's supposed to be the weekend before Summer went missing. She said she doesn't know if Tina and them own it, but they work there. And she said that Ernie looks like Darren Stevens. Kind of does. And then she told me to look into, he says that he thinks he is a werewolf and his family are the ones the Beast of Bray Road is based on. And she said, I think it's up in Wisconsin, which I don't know what that is. I haven't looked into that yet, but And then she said, I told her I'd look into that. And she said, yes, look at Jimtown Road in Newport, Tennessee. There are animal attacks. I haven't looked into that either because she said there are some people who died on that road in similar ways last year or year before. I guess that has something to do with this I guess this is some kind of connection between the Beast of Bray Road in Wisconsin and then something about Jimtown Road in Newport. Who just texted me? Yeah, he did show up on my channel a couple times. One of the videos is not there anymore because somebody from his channel struck it on June 24th, and it should be coming back up. It should be back up here anytime because I did a counter claim on it because it was absolute bullshit, and he was actually on the panel, and it had the link that it said that I copied was non-existent link. Like actually, they didn't even give me a link at first. I had to contact YouTube and be like, okay, like what? It had no reference to what content I supposedly used. It was very weird. Oh, okay, cool. Somebody just sent me something about, I guess, when Raven went to this place here. Okay. A man was arrested for having vicious dogs, and he let them loose on people walking. A 30s female was last killed. WJL reported on it. Wow. Does this girl? No, this is true. I remember people talking about this. She's never talked about Ernie to me before. It just came up because Newport came up last night. So, and I had no idea. I had no idea about this, but that's why it came up. Had nothing to do with not liking Ernie. If it's true, it's true. You know, if it's not, it's not. It's just whatever. Oh, shit. Okay, so as soon as she mentioned the fair, this is what came up. Okay, so she mentions, so the lady from last night, Mystical Mermaid, says that she felt like there was she's seeing a fair, and then she mentioned Newport, and I guess that okay, where's the fire department? Is this this is probably the abandoned building that Raven and them were. I didn't even pay attention to that yesterday, but let's see, is this quick Newport Quick Lube, and I'm Peddler's Pawn Shop, affordable fencing. This looks like is this the fire department? I have some. Okay, so let me see how far. Okay, let me do this. Okay, let me see if I can find where this there's one place that this lady that works for the search crew mentioned, and it has to do, it's that hemp place, and I don't know exactly the significance of it besides the fact that it's in Newport and I guess Predator Hunter Nation. Here. Right. Go back to this text. What was the name of the pub? It was something Mountain, Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe. Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe. Right here. And behind it is a restaurant called the Woodshed. But I get this is the place where like Tina and Xander, I guess, work, or I don't know if they own it or what, but it just, I'm not sure if this is the place that opened 6 months ago. If there was, I think there's also some kind of restaurant that they work at too, or are a part of. But I was trying to see how close this is to other place. Not that it really, I don't know, it might not even matter. I was just curious to see if I could just find it real quick. If I wouldn't. What road is this? Do you know I'm not very observant, so could do this. We'll make a little we'll do this. We'll have first the Pratt County Fairgrounds in Newport 10 right here. So do animation. Right there. There we'll put the Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe right there. See how far away. No, stop. the hell is it? It didn't work out too well. It didn't do. Here, let me go back. I can't even see what you guys were saying. Yeah, I remember all that psychic feuding and stuff. I do remember that. We have a Sector 5 demon spider sighted in Ziggy's chat. Did you not? Where have you not been in the last? Did you guys not? Jane, did you not see the live with Mystical Mermaid? Hey, Gemma. Sorry. Well, this is all stuff that we were talking about last night. We were talking about how she had felt like Newport County Fairgrounds and mention a fairgrounds in Newport. She's like, we were talking about how the call I had with a lady who had claimed to know her best friend had sessions with Dawn regularly. And she was a lady of the night in the outskirts of Kingsport, and Dawn would come visit her every 2 to 3 weeks. Not necessarily just her. She would see him though every 2 to 3 weeks because he would come to this. She said it was like a motel, but the back part of it was basically all illegal activities going on. They were cooking drugs, and there was a pill press. A lot of prostitution going on. She was stuck there, but Don would go there every 2 to 3 weeks and pick up dope and hookers. Okay. Sometimes he would stay the night. Sometimes he would just come there for a few hours and leave. But she claimed at times that he would have a man with him. Okay. So I sent some pictures of Andy because that's immediately who I thought. And she said, yes, that was him. And that he was not very personable. He'd always wear a ball cap. Well, that's something that came up yesterday too. I couldn't believe she said that. She goes, would he wear a ball cap? And I'm like, yes. And that, because it's just weird that she said that, because that's the same thing the person on the phone told me about the guy that would come with Dawn to this place at times. Sometimes this guy that would come to this motel, or that's what she said it was, like a motel, but there wouldn't be guests there that often, maybe once a week. And they would only stay at the front part of the hotel that looked like a 1-story motel. Like when you looked at it, and she said it looked pretty, it didn't look like run down or anything on the front, but there was a back area of it that the general public usually was not in. And she said she was there for 10 months and did not see cops come there one time. And in December of last year, the last time she seen Dawn, which would have been, I'm assuming, would have been the time that Benny was in Rogersville, because Benny said that Don took off to Kingsport. Anyways, that time that Don went out there, this girl convinced him to give her a ride to, I'm not sure. I have to listen to the call. I can't. She told me where it was. I'm thinking it was a McDonald's, but I do know it was. She ended up in Blunsville, I guess it's called, or something. But I don't think Dawn took her there. But midway on the way back, midway through, Don stopped at some house that he was working on in a housing, like an upcoming housing, housing edition. And I'm assuming it was one of the houses that he was working on. They stopped there for a few hours and did some drugs because he had been fronted a few $1,000s worth of dope. That day that he went there, he had paid off some of the money he had owed to this guy who was like this pimp or whatever, and also then got fronted more dope to take back with him. Well, this girl convinced Don to help her get out of there, and Don, she said he was kind of worried, saying that this guy was going to be mad at him, and she said she tried to distract him and all that, and mentioned how, she had some bruises, and supposedly Don commented on that about how he was like, he shouldn't do that to you. You guys should kill him for doing that to you guys. Because this guy would not let her leave. He was basically a pimp. It was a long story how she got there too. That was not willing. That was not on her own accord. Like, she didn't want to be there, but they weren't allowed access to like phones. There was no phones in the rooms. They were kept on drugs the whole time. Yeah. So basically, I don't know how, though. I didn't know like whether or not I should take this seriously, but I did turn it into TBI. Oh, my phone Bigsby thing just went off. Whatever that is. And so then I guess Dawn had mentioned to her on the way back that, how they should, something about you should kill him for doing that to you. And she's like, I couldn't do that. I'd go to prison for the rest of my life. And, then he started mentioning about septic tanks and sewage tanks, and how he knows people who have gone missing for years and never were found, and they were put in sewage tanks, and that decomposes the body faster. So, yeah, I turned the call into TBI, and I don't know, like, the lady last night said, like, she was freaking out. She thought that a lot of the stuff sounded, from what she was getting, she thought it seemed that a lot of it was spot on, or what she felt like a lot of it was credible information. But I didn't know, because, people will make up bullshit all the time. And I had told her, like, that person was scared, and had mentioned how the lady was really scared of this guy who was like the pimp. And we got to talking about how, would it be possible that, Dawn got upset with Dawn because he helped this girl escape, and that was money to this guy. Because the lady told me that I talked to on the phone told me that there was no way that guy would have anything to do with kids. That if the girls got pregnant, he would make them get abortions and stuff. So she really did not think that this guy, this drug dealer pimp guy, would have anything to do with Summer's disappearance, but it did come up last night because it's like, I don't know. Dawn took this. I didn't know about the story because it's like, how was Dawn going to get away with that? Like, how was he going to pay this guy back? First of all, he would have to go back there to pay back for the drugs. Okay. And what was he going to say? Unless like the guy was, I mean, did the guy know? And how did Dawn, were the girls just like able to leave with guys like that? I mean, I wasn't sure, but of course I wasn't going to take chances and not turn it in. But she said she really felt it was she really thought there was some credibility to what the lady said, but she had mentioned she didn't feel like the place was in Knoxville. See, and she kept going back to Newport, and she goes, I feel like it's an area of a fairgrounds like in Newport. And she said, there's like some type of abandoned building. It kind of looks like a factory. And so I typed in Newport, and then we got to, and this is the first thing that like popped up on my screen was the Cott County Fair. And then I remembered last year how I was talking to a lady who was part of the search crew, and she had mentioned to me about Cott County Fair. I couldn't remember the significance of it. Then I messaged her, and she got back to me today and told me that Cott County Fair is where there was a tip that Dawn was seen the day before Summer went missing around the Cott County Fair. I don't know if there was a vent here. I haven't really got that far. I started to search, and I'm sure I looked into it several months ago, but I don't know I can't remember what I found. But also, this is the area that I guess Raven visited. This is probably the building that came up in those pictures that I'll show in a second. And so I was told by that lady that I talked to on the phone about a motel, and how it looks like one level at the front. It's not like run down. It's it's decent, especially like the front part, but there's this on the back part there's this like actually 2 levels, but you wouldn't know that from looking straight at the building. And and back there is where all the crazy stuff happens. Well, I just kind of was going like this, kind of looking around, and I ran into some, we looked over here at these buildings, and let's see, I think it's right down here. It's really close. There was this motel that really fits the description. But she kept also seeing something with like that. Oh, this is right here. Here is this Relaxin'. Because there was a lady in the chat who mentioned that there was a truck stop that had a motel very similar to what I was describing, because she was a trucker. And then we got to looking at this place, and there is like on the side of, there is 2 levels in the back here. Right here at the side are stairs that go up, but you can't see at the front that there is. And then somebody sent me today the name of the owner that owns this place, and it isn't, because I was told it was an Indian guy. I was given a name by the lady I spoke to on the phone, a first name. It's not the same first name. It is the Indian guy that owns this, but But the owner of the motel is not the pimp, but he is aware of the activity that goes on, supposedly, and he gets a little bit of the cut of the money. Let's see what you guys are saying. You live 5 minutes from Relax Inn? Really? Do you know anything about... See, the only thing that did not fit about this place is the lady told me something about that there was a small in-ground pool, but they didn't get to use it, that the ladies didn't get to use it. I don't know if possibly there could have been a in-ground pool here at one time, or I don't know. You wouldn't think usually motels don't have in-ground pools, but I mean, sometimes like a Motel 6 or whatever those places, Motel 8 or whatever they're called, sometimes will. I need to pull up my... Okay. Yeah, there's a link to the video that I keep referring to. It was really good. And even if you're not into like psychics and stuff, it was still interesting. And, oh, shoot, I just accidentally closed the chat. Yeah, Jody Sue, I'm sure knows. And I think Jody Sue mentioned something about prostitutes before with Andy. But, oh, and that's another, one thing that was also mentioned to me is that this girl that was this prostitute or lady of the night or whatever, she never had slept with Andy. She mentioned that he was not very friendly and that he liked black girls. I don't know. That's just, I don't know. But I don't know if it was like a particular black girl that was there, or if he just had a thing for black girls in general, or what. Yeah, I can't pay attention to chat when what's at the end of Beach Creek? Let's see, I'm scrolling up. No, Van Hill is, yeah, real. You need to ask that lady if Jody Sue is her boss. Don't give out that girl's name. Jody Sue will have a complete breakdown over that sicko. Jody Sue will hunt that girl down. I actually do not know the girl's name. And now what was really weird is that I do know that she didn't want to get involved in all this. She was worried about getting involved. The prostitute, her friend that's the prostitute, was really worried because first of all, she's married now. And I was like, wow, she's gotten married in within 7 months, and she just left that lifestyle in December. I guess she's off drugs and stuff and doing really good, and she just is really not wanting to. First of all, she doesn't want her husband to know about, the prostitution and stuff. I mean, that's understandable. I mean, I wish she would go talk to. She just recently found out about. She didn't know anything about Summer Wells' case. I mean, she was stuck at a place where she wasn't allowed to watch TV, didn't have access to a phone. So she didn't know about all the stuff going on. She only found out about the Summer Wells case recently because the girl I spoke to had been looking she was reading about the case, and that's when her friend saw a picture of Don and asked, like, who is that she knows him, that he was one of her regulars. But yeah, she's told her a lot about this whole situation. I wish she would talk to law enforcement, but she's terrified of the pimp guy, I guess. And according to Mystical Mermaid, the lady I spoke to yesterday on her channel, she said that he's very scary. Maybe we could play some of last night here in a second. Maybe the Jew with the ball cap was actually Candace. That's funny. Look up the address for Dawn on Candace's protection order, October 2020, 110 Van Hill Road. Looks like a motor lodge on. Hold on, let me look. 110 Van Hill? You didn't mean Ben Hill? 110 Van Hill? Is that what he... Might need to put it... I might need to pull up regular Google Earth for this, because this is... I don't think it will let me go to Street View. This is supposed to be... Is it this place? What? That says Bailey Town. This can't be it. Let's see. What did you say about it again? Van Hill Road looks like a motor lodge. Let me pull it up on regular Google Maps. Earth. Thank you for sending this, Emma. That's weird. It does say, I'll pull that up. And I also am going to, I'm also going to bring up something that you talked about on your live today that was really interesting. Here, let me see if I can. Sending an email to myself so I can pull up something here that Emma sent me. I wonder whose place that is. I can find out very easily. I'm sure somebody else, I'm sure other people have, right? Okay. I also need to pull up that. Okay, I don't think I've ever seen this. Okay, so the dismissal of order of protection, Hawkins County. Wait. Oh, that'd be right, I guess. October 2020. Because she went missing in 2021. Looks like the kids were named here. "110 Van Hill Road." Okay, that's weird. We'll figure it out though. Wonder why I hadn't seen that. No, it could be. I guess it could be or not a typo, like maybe she thought that Candace said 110 Van Hill. That is possible for sure, because it doesn't look like Candace wrote that. Hold on. It does look like though that somebody filled it out for her, so I'm wondering. Because I could see how somebody could confuse the two. But let's see here. She was in a weird relationship with a minor before. Okay, so here's this 110 Van Hill, which is, it doesn't really go to, which place is it? Doesn't really go to anywhere. Oh, I miss those days. $2.94. Wonder if this is, because that's got to be like some type of accident. Because look, this is not. Yeah, this says Greenville, Tennessee. Now it says Greenville. It doesn't even look like there is a 110. It's not even coming up. It says Greenville. Come on. Well, let me use this map. You can go to Don's Road, down that road. Maybe since it has a protection order, they're not allowed to around each other, so they put a random address. What's Scott H? Need to get my attention about? I'm thinking Don got his DUI on Van Hill. That is true. That's true, actually. I think that is correct. That's probably, I wonder if it was one like around on Van Hill. Like, wouldn't it be? I think he did get it on Van Hill. That is true. See, right here, we were talking about, see how this looks like it's one level in the front, and then right back here, you could tell it has two levels, like on the back side. That's kind of like similar to what I'm looking for, is a place like that. However, I think this is a little bit of a different, it looks like the office is right here, but so I don't think this one's the place that she mentioned something about the office being above, like the same, it would have been in the same building as a building with like two levels. I only know about one building. I don't know if it could be separated, like have more than one building like this, but I was told the owner sleeps or does stay there, and he stays in a room like that's below the office. But that's similar to. So I don't think that's it, but that's definitely. She just. There's the Cott County Fair. Okay, and then. Okay, so the place that. Okay, what's that place again? Mountain. Mountain Hemp something. Dang it. Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe. There's a Green Eye Hemp Cafe in Gatlinburg. Is that? Surely that's not. We're here in a second. I'm going to pull up those pictures I was sent. how close? Let's see. That's pretty far. Not that it matters. Just curious. I like this better, just regular Google Earth, I think, actually. So, oh, look, there's that red truck. So here's the red Toyota Tacoma, which it was really spoke about early on in this case. Like, let's see here. Green eyes, I know, right? That was just something that popped up when I was typing in the hemp, the Smoky Mountain Hemp Cafe. That's why which is where Ernie and Xander and them work, I guess, or did. So yeah, and this, what year is this from? I don't know if there's a way to, I know there's a way to tell. Because I saw Cam was doing that. He was changing the dates around. It was really cool how he was doing that, but I can't figure out. Anyways, I guess it doesn't really matter. But this picture could be from forever ago. Okay. It seems like everybody has a red. Okay, so this is the fire department, which is right behind this like fairgrounds area. So hold on, guys. Okay. No, this fairgrounds was talked about a lot last night. That's why I'm just looking at it right now. And I didn't get an address from you. Where's Summer? What do you mean an address that you gave me? Yeah, there's a lot too. It's hard to describe. I know it's like if you missed one day, you miss like so much. What address is she talking about? I don't know what she means. Okay, so get those pictures. Emma just sent me this. I'm not sure what it is, but we're going to look. Don Wells. Okay, so this is in 2001. Ben Hill Road. A fugitive from justice. The undersigned, I can't even, whatever that means. After being duly sworn according to law, states that said defendant, Donald Wesley Wells, did commit the following offenses of fugitive from justice in the above county on or about August 13th, 2001. Further, affiant makes oath that the essential facts constituting said offense, the sources of affiant's information, and the reasons why his or her information is believable concerning says facts are as follows. On August 13th of 2001, approximately 12:45 p.m., members of the Hawkins County Sheriff's Department, along with FBI and Tennessee State Highway Patrol, went to 110 Ben Hill Road in reference to a fugitive from justice. Upon arrival at the location, the residence was searched and a Donald Wesley Wells alias, why does it say alias, was found hiding in a storage room. Why does he always hide in like sheds and storage rooms and bushes? Anyways, after checks through the NCIC computer, a hit was confirmed that the subject was wanted for parole violation. Wow, out of Utah. So that means he was in prison. He was in prison in Utah. Okay, I'm really glad you sent me this because that's what question I needed to be answered recently. And I'll tell you in a second, if I don't forget, why that's important. Anyways, subject was wanted for parole. Since it says parole, that means he was in prison. Right? Or does that mean he just... does that mean he actually was in prison? Or does that mean his offense... Could he be on parole and not have gone to prison? Like, you can go on to be on probation and not go to jail. But I think if you're on parole, that means you have just got out of prison. Anyways, wanted for parole violation out of Utah. Yeah, I don't think he was supposed to leave Utah. You're not supposed to leave the state. And it was confirmed that Utah would extradite. Whoa. The subject was then took into custody and charged with being a fugitive from justice that occurred in Rogersville, Hawkins County, Tennessee. Well, that was his youth. This is not his youth. But the reason why that's important is because, or why important to me anyways, or why I'm curious, is because I was just asking one of my last lives about when the last time he was in prison, because the lady I spoke to about the whole situation with the prostitution and the drugs stated that the guy, this pimp, claimed to have known Don from prison. either Don's, well, actually, I don't know for sure if it was the pimp that said it or if it was Don that said that's how he knew the guy that, but I was thinking, I'm like, well, he wouldn't have been in prison since, like, it would have been a while ago. This would have been 20 years ago, which is still a while ago, but I mean, I guess it's possible. However, this pimp guy, or I don't know, I don't want to say his nickname because I'm not trying to get killed. But I guess he was in prison supposedly for murder or something similar to that, like where somebody passed. Okay. Thank you, Emma. She sent me what it comes up as of on the definition. So, okay, so he was in prison. Okay. He probably wasn't supposed to leave the state of Utah. What was that site I was using to look up arrest in? Remember, I was searching it one night, like I paid for it, like right when I was live. You have to pay to pull up certain documents and stuff. Does anybody remember that site? Because maybe I'll check here in a second. He was in prison in Utah. He had violated when working on military base at one time, but he actually said he was violated several times. In my opinion, he ran to Tennessee, because when you're on parole, you're not allowed to leave the state unless you get special permission. But he didn't have permission because they had to extradite him. Well, actually, you have to extradite anyways. Even if he did transfer his parole to Tennessee, they still would have had to extradite him back to Utah. So never mind on that. Scratch that idea. So that doesn't state whether or not he got permission to come to Tennessee or not. Because the reason why I know that is because I got in trouble. I was on probation, and this is probation though, but I'm sure it's similar. I was in probation in a southern county in Indiana, like in 2000 and early 2000s, and I transferred my probation to Marion County, and I violated my probation in Marion. I violated probation, and so I had to go to Marion County jail, and they transferred me. I did have to be transferred to southern Indiana. Hi, G Crime. Okay. Let's see. There's something else that she sent me. The first one. Okay. Okay, here's some pictures of the whole. Which I just showed those. This is crazy how it seems like, a lot of these things, like, we won't talk about for months, and then they just, like, suddenly come up again. So this is at that fair. I guess this is when Raven, I'm assuming, went out to this fairgrounds area, because it was said that Dawn was seen in that area a day before Summer went missing. If anybody wants to look, like, if you have another device there, and see if you can find anything that was going on over at Cobb County Fair in Newport, Tennessee, like around the time Summer went missing. Or I wonder maybe if like Don was, maybe this was the area that he got, but he always mentioned Kingsport. I just feel like it's Kingsport. It has to be like Kingsport or basically like the outskirts of Kingsport. I just feel like it has to be because Don always mentioned going to Kingsport. And it also came up about Andy. Fred mentioned that Andy would always go to Kingsport. Or not Kingsport, Knoxville, sorry. Knoxville. Like it just kept, I just feel like, I don't know if there is like, maybe there might be some significance to Newport, but like that day or around the time she went missing, it might be where, I mean, I suppose it could have been some meeting place or meeting area. Who knows? I'm just thinking out loud. Right, unless your parole or probation officer clears you to do so. Yep. They said they seen Dawn with Summer in a Marathon gas station. Oh, really? Was it Marathon gas station? Here's the building, this little abandoned building around the fairgrounds. Yeah, it's in Newport. This isn't where Ernie was at. We thought that she thought that for a second. Ernie went to a racetrack. So I think this is pictures off of Raven's Facebook. But yeah, this is the fairgrounds in Newport. You can even see this building when you pull it up on Google Earth. Okay. So Cobb County Fairgrounds, 112 Fairground Circle in Newport. Let's see here. What's the next? There's that red truck. So that's just from. Hold on. I felt there was some other pictures that I was going to bring up. Hold on. Here's from her Facebook that from Ravens, I guess, or from, hold on. I don't know what's in this video, but I think it's from their visit from when. So this would have been August 1st. Oh, okay. From last year, obviously. About that end near here. Let's see. You're trying to get my attention about that near here. It fits with what the prostitute said, but she hasn't seen it, I don't think. Was Ernie with Raven? I didn't know Ernie met up with Raven. So did Ernie go to here? Let's see. What place are you talking about the inn? There's a speedway just past Scott County Fair in Newport. Oh, okay. I think I did look into the place you told me about, Brown Skittle. I thought we did pull it up last night, or I did. Oh, I think did you email me about it? I was emailed about it like someplace, and it didn't fit like exactly. Or no, I don't think that was you. What place are you talking about? What's it called? I could pull it up, but I don't know what place you're talking about. Oh yeah, I just talked about that earlier, Brown Skittle. Early on in my life, I thought, yeah, didn't I email you back about that? Or maybe let me see here. I saw that. Actually, I do know what you're talking about. Hold on. Okay, about how the owner is at the Relax Inn is Indian. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, or just like a few minutes ago. You didn't hear that? How I said that the owner is actually Indian, but it's not the right name. But it still fits like the description. I just had it up on the screen, the Relax Inn. But it was cool you said that the inn is also listed as a casino, and how Mermaid was talked about the gambling. Yeah. Let's see. There's a biker bar next door. Aubrey Sports Bar just next door at the end. That somebody in chat also mentioned the Moguls biker gang rule that area. They're originally set up as a Hispanic biker group, Mexican mafia. Also, there's a pool over the road at the other end. Yeah, I was saying earlier how, and I got that from your email, that the owner of the email, or I was saying how I got somebody mentioned that, or found out that the owner of this place is Indian. Like I was told that the owner of the motel is Indian, but I noticed a lot of the motels, like pretty much every motel I pulled up so far, like the owner that I've found has been Indian, but it's not the right name that I was told. I don't want to say the name because it is. That story did freak me out a little bit, but kind of at the same time, I wonder if it's. I still don't know if I believe it. I mean, at the time, it freaked me out, and I thought I did, but then the lady stopped kind of responding to me once I said that. I was trying to see what the reaction would be if I mentioned that TBI was trying to get a hold of me and I didn't know what to do. So I kind of fibbed a little bit just because I was wondering if it was true information, and I just wanted to see their reaction. And actually, what had happened is all I said was, hey, I'm just making sure that this information that you're saying is actually correct, because I emailed TBI the information, and they're actually I've had some missed calls from them, and I'm freaking out. And I just hope that it's legitimate because of, I don't want to waste their time. And all of a sudden, the lady that I had been talking to suddenly started acting like they didn't know who I was. Started playing stupid, said that they just found that phone in a parking lot a few days ago. But their style of writing was the same way as the lady I was talking to. Like, they didn't use, their lack of punctuation was very notable. So I don't know how to take that. I do know that she said she did not want to talk to law enforcement. And that was from the very beginning, because she didn't, she was scared or worried about getting involved in all that. And also her friend, her friend was terrified, absolutely terrified. More so of the pimp. Okay. You think brown skin? It seemed legit. I don't know. I don't know if she's like freaking out or if she was like, I don't know. It could go. It could go both ways. She could have been completely. I mean, did you guys heard that call of that lady? Well, it was that couple. It was a lady and a man that contacted Benny with some stuff that was complete bullshit, and it was like a crazy story. Horrible things mentioned that happened this summer, and it was completely bullshit. I knew it was bullshit too. I didn't believe it. And I remember I heard it a while ago, a few months ago, but it just, for some reasons, a lot of people just heard it recently, like a couple weeks ago or so. I had heard it a few months ago, and I can't remember how exactly. But several people were like messaging me like, oh my God, you gotta listen to this. And every time I hit the link, I just knew before I click. I'm like, I know what this is. And I click it, and it was that. I'm like, yeah, I heard that forever ago, and it's bullshit. I turned it off immediately. I knew it was such a lie. But the thing is like, who would make up such like horrible things about a child? I mean, it was who would come up with something like that? And that's what I said to this lady on the phone yesterday in text. I'm like, I kind of was like upset. I was just like, while they were sitting there saying, well, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. Like, I don't even know what you mean by TBI and stuff. And I was like, well, that's pretty messed up that you're playing games with a little missing girl and stuff. Like, because I was irritated, but at the same time, I thought, well, she could just, who knows? We've seen all kinds come out during this case, Well, that's freaking weak. Yeah. I don't know. I can't remember how I did hear about. I'm thinking possibly I heard that call. Maybe it wasn't on or on YouTube. Maybe it was like in a private group or like a message. I don't know how I heard it. Well, she's not in that lifestyle anymore, and the lady I spoke to is not the prostitute. It's her friend. Well, I kind of wondered though if it was really her. But then she didn't sound as young as, I don't know. The mystical mermaid. She was freaking out because she said that she thought it sounded I don't know. I already had a feeling about Knoxville, but I didn't think anything about Newport. Not anything recently. I remember this coming up, but Knoxville. I had a live about that a few days ago because I was listening to some audio of a call, or not a call. Or actually it was, I was looking for some audio of a call between me and Don about him mentioning Knoxville, and then somebody sent me a clip that was from Michelle After Dark's channel where she was playing some of my call with Don where he mentioned, it's basically the clip I was looking for, where he mentioned Knoxville. He mentioned Knoxville all the time. There's some significance with Knoxville. Then even, people have mentioned how, even Benny had mentioned how Don took off to Knoxville while he was there, came back like high. Like he could tell that he has been smoking crack. He could tell like the sign, like he knew the signs. He had seen people who had done that drug before. And I even mentioned to Benny, I'm like, have you heard of this guy? I mentioned the name. And he said, yeah, I actually have. Candace mentioned him, but Candace acted like she didn't know who he was. And at the same time, she acted like she didn't know who Don got his dope off of. Then Benny mentioned that he saw Don with a large amount of drugs. I don't know if that was correct. I was like, okay, are you serious? Because this is like really crazy. Like, oh my God, is there really some truth to this story? And I told Benny, I'm like, well, I just had this crazy phone call, and this lady claims that, it would have been probably that time that you were down in Tennessee or up in Tennessee from where he's at. But anyways, and I said, this lady claims Don helped her leave this motel back in December. And Don had left with a few $1,000s in crack cocaine fronted to him. But he had spent time, if you know what I mean, with this girl. But somehow, I don't know how this would work. It would seem like if she didn't want to be there, that she would have been able to get away with it earlier than 10 months. But then you think, well, about addiction, and if any of you guys have been there, she was getting drugs freely. It just like drugs were nothing. You get whatever you wanted there. She said that she doesn't know what type of drugs Andy. She might have mentioned something about. I don't want to say. I don't know for sure which drugs she said. I don't know if she's mentioned what drugs Andy supposedly got. I would have thought pills, but I think it was mentioned meth, but I don't know for sure. Because he wasn't very friendly, I guess. And actually, she mentioned how Don was actually pretty friendly. He could be decent, but he had like 5 personalities, and he would go from she mentioned some very like private things too, like that I couldn't say on here just because it's too weird, like sexual stuff that's I guess it's not really important, I don't think, but it's on the call if TBI finds it necessary or important, I guess. Hopefully they do listen to it. Yeah, Ziggy After Dark. Did someone earlier on say they even saw Summer with a bag of, what did that say? Bag of toys or something? Yes, at a motel somewhere, and it had yes, that was Dusty, and that was on this channel. Dusty, here, that's a good point. Had showed some pictures of that. Or I probably have those in Messenger with my conversation with her. I can't, I'm sure it's probably on our shit, I accidentally keep hitting somebody else's name instead of hers. Done it twice now. Okay. Kat, I know you love me, but I love him and stuff, but he's so like his body heat just like it makes me okay. I might switch my internet back. I just seriously changed my internet package to like, so it's supposed to be just like very fast. It's not. Actually, I might be able to just pull up the view media, but then I won't be able to know the background to the pictures really. She had mentioned something. I guess it would be. I'm gonna have to scroll through our messages because I want to know where this was at because I don't remember where all these were taken. So this would have been back in, I think, October of last year, if I can ever scroll that far. Didn't they say the racetrack that Predator Nation was searching and all that was a place like the county fair or something went to? I want to look into this Ellen White character too, because Dawn is really fond of her, which is the okay. So Dusty, says we found that truck at a volunteer racetrack. A guy named Steve owns it and is the cleanup at the tracks. What? Hold on. Wow. I'm just reading here. Okay, so this would have been, wow. Okay. 3 days after Summer went missing on June 15th, Dusty sent me it wasn't 3 days after. She sent me a screenshot though, that she had made of a list she had made 3 days after Summer went missing, and I just now ran into it, and while trying to find what I was looking for, and in it she said it's like her, like what she feels happened to Summer or whatever. And it's just interesting reading it now over a year later, because this was only 3 days after Summer went missing. She said the girl, or the missing girl Summer, is in Tennessee. And this is what I picked up and was shown. She goes, it's heartbreaking, but I do not feel the child will be found alive. I do not feel she just wandered off into the woods. I do feel this family holds some very dark, disturbing secrets. I do feel this child was stalked and taken as a debt that was owed. See, that's that. I don't know. Like, that came up last night with this whole thing with the prostitution and the drugs and this pimp and this girl that Dawn helped or gave a ride out of there. Dawn left with drugs, supposedly. I mean, he was going to have to come back. Plus, like, that's probably who, I mean, I don't know. Anyways, so she said, I do feel this child was stalked and was taken as a debt that was owed. I do feel a third party has taken her. A third party. I feel it is like a lumberjack woodsman that carves or works with trees. I was shown a blue barrel, the plastic ones, the 55-gallon one. I was shown a dug hole in the ground and a piece of rotten plywood over it. I was shown unthinkable things was done to this little girl. This woodsman has killed before, but lives off the grid, if that makes sense. I don't know about that, but I think I saw a cabin in the deep woods. I don't think so. I feel her underclothing will be found there. I saw a black, thick garbage bag. There is a heavy traveled cement bridge. She will be found partially submerged and on the rocks, jagged. Oh yeah, she sent me a picture too, I think. Let's see. The mother knows him. She said, I'm not an artist, but I tried to draw the face of who was shown to me and who took her. The mother has had interactions with this guy. Parents can't keep a straight story because they just don't know due to heavy drug use. A truck, older model, late 70s, early 80s, pickup, two-tone like maroon and cream color, maybe Chevy. Then she has like some not human trafficking. Let's see. So that's just was her feelings. Let me go back to trying to figure out okay, there we're talking about, you guys remember Denise, the lady that she passed away. Many people thought that she was Prayer Garden, but She wasn't. She ended up passing away. We found that truck at a volunteer racetrack. A guy named Steve owns it. Dude, the picture looks like freaking Andy that she drew. I'm not kidding. He's not a woodsman, but kind of looks like, I don't think it's him, but copy image leak. Let me see if it will let me pull it up here. Here, I'll put it right here. This is a picture she drew that she thought was the person that, like, the main person. But I guess the part that I thought looked like Andy is the, like, long, like, hair, like how his goatee in the front or whatever. Hair color, reddish brown and scraggly. Well, Andy, your jackhammer guy. Yeah, the drawing with that base. It's like it doesn't, I don't think it's a baseball cap here, but yeah, that's what I immediately thought. Was it like, wow, people keep mentioning this. That's what Mystic Mermaid mentioned last night. She mentioned baseball. Does he wear a baseball cap? And I'm like, oh my God, it freaked me out because that was the same, almost exact same wording that the lady I spoke to said, is that the guy that would come with Dawn sometimes would wear a baseball hat. Yeah, Jisoo said dogs are key and hit on Jisoo's feet. No, it's not. I don't think it's Jamie, no. But oh, you haven't seen this pic? Which pic are you talking about? Because I would be interested. Yeah, she said she's not an artist, but it kind of, like, the thing that what I saw was the hat, the long, like, beard, how he has that beard in the front, like this kind of odd shaped, which I'm going to show another picture that Emma Crime Stories Obsessed showed on her channel. Let's see. Emma, what motel was it? We don't know. It's a one. Okay, I'll describe what she said. When you look at I was told it's in the outskirts of Knoxville, but hell, it could be, I was told it's one that isn't really advertised. Mystical Mermaid from last night says that she thinks, she's not even sure it's really run as a motel today, that she feels like she's not getting motel vibes, but the lady I spoke to on the phone said it's a motel, that guests, like, nobody would rent rooms there that often, maybe like once a week or something. And they would stay in the front part of the motel. It's like nobody would ever see or go around to the backside of the motel where all this activity was taking place, where drugs would be cooked, like meth and crack. There was pill press. There was like 5 to 7 girls at any given time, usually. And they would have to pay for their rooms, which obviously was given. That was how the owner, who is Indian, like made most of his money. He would get a cut off their activities, plus he would get the money from the rooms that were rented, from the girls and whatever. And then he would get the occasional guest that would rent a room at the front part of the motel. And she said that there wasn't really cop activity, that they weren't really onto the plate. I mean, I don't know how though they got their business. Like, people would have to know of the area to come there, and so the girls would get business. So I have no idea how that would all go down, and the cops wouldn't be on to them. I wasn't told anything about the Indian guy being married, but that was something that Mystical Mermaid mentioned last night. That is, the owner lives there on the property, supposedly, but he's not the pimp. The pimp supposedly doesn't live there full time. He has a couple people that work for him, 2 guys. One, I will say, because I've already put it out there, one of the guys is supposedly named Joey, that works like a runner or whatever, or might keep watch over the girls and make sure that they're not like, they had to make sure that the pimp, got his cut of the girls' money. I guess he got even more than the girls got. So like it was like 60-40 or something. Like the pimp got like 60% or even more than that. It was a lot. But they were on drugs the whole time. But I was told that they even had to pay for their drugs. So, and when you're addicted, you have to, and be in that lifestyle. Let's see. So I asked like what color was the place. She had mentioned, I don't know though that if the whole place was this. She mentioned white, like like what, shingles or whatever. But that was the back side of the motel. So I don't know if the front side could have been like brick or any, but when you looked at it from the, when you're looking at it, you would think it was only one level, but there's actually 2 levels when you go around the back. So I don't know how exactly it works, but supposedly like there's an office, and the owner's like room is kind of like, I don't know. She said underneath it, but I guess it would have been like he might have had to walk around. I have no idea. Let's see what else. She said the outskirts of Knoxville. I will say this now. The lady's name so it was her friend. She was brought there. This lady was brought there supposedly as like a debt to this pimp. So this girl was a prostitute, or not a prostitute. She was dancing. She was a dancer, a stripper at the Mouse's Ear at one time, which I guess is at Kingsport or Johnson City. One of them was Johnson City. I think it was Kingsport, Mouse's Ear, and then Johnson City was a place called the Fuzzy Hole. was the last place she worked. And there was a stripper that went by Diamond, supposedly, who she befriended and got her into, and then she ended up moving in with this girl, and she got her into, Diamond got her into like doing house calls. So escorting, instead of just stripping, they were like doing house calls. And when Diamond took her to this place, which she thought was on the outskirts of Knoxville, and they were there, and she thought it was like a house, just a regular call. And it was like a normal call, I guess, at first or something. And they were doing drugs and partying. But she said she didn't even notice at first because she was so fucked up that she didn't notice, like, for, I don't know, she said a couple of days even. Like, they were there for a while. And at one point she noticed, like, Diamond was nowhere to be found. Later, she found out her friend Diamond brought her there as a type of payment for her debt to this pimp. How old was Diamond? I was told that Diamond was like, I think she said she was older, possibly up to mid-30s, actually, is what I think she said. And Diamond, I was a white girl, I believe. There was she mentioned that there was two Latina Hispanic girls at this motel that were basically kind of given special privileges. Like, they were able to, like, most of the girls would not be able to walk off the air. I don't know how that she was able to get away with Dawn. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Because she mentioned how these two Hispanic girls were given more privileges, like they could go off the property a little bit sometimes, and they were the ones that would clean the rooms of, like, the guests and stuff, and that they were really rude. But they had obviously been, like, kind of working for this pimp for a while, so they were more trusted. And I guess when she first was there, she said she didn't mind being there because she, was happy to get the drugs and stuff. And she was fine with it because she was like, when she was first there, she was like the queen of the trap is how that's how it was described to me. Queen of the trap house. She was the new girl. She was like the pimp's, like, basically at first she would just like, I guess, was like the pimp's girlfriend or main bitch at the time. And she was the new one. She was the youngest. Okay. And then as soon as another girl, was brought in who was even younger, like 20 or something, I think she said. And she said she was really young. She was like, basically, all of a sudden she was then had to do, it's not like a regular job where you get, you get what's it called when you're in a job for a while and it's like seniority. Oh, you get seniority, so it's like you get more. Well, yeah, they got privilege. Or the two Latina girls got some privileges and more trust, or more trusted for some reason, I guess. But she, I guess, like once you were kind of like booted, like once something newer and better came along, you were booted, and then you were not like booted, but you were put to like you then started doing like the real work, which was actually, you'd be sleeping with the. I asked if she had to like, if she didn't have to sleep with dudes at first, and if she just had to sleep with the pimp, and I think that's how she made it seem, that it was just like at first she was just like there for the pimp, and didn't. But I don't know. No job benefits. But I guess, at first it wasn't so bad because she had her drugs and it was, at first it wasn't as bad, but then it just started. And then I guess, so I'm assuming that she was kind of, from what the way the story, from the way it sounds, and I'm just assuming, and I don't know if I'll ever know now because I don't know, who knows if any of this is true, but I'm assuming that she had been kind of pushed out of, being the queen of the trap house, right before she asked Dawn to give her a ride. Because I was told of the story how she was beat because he had asked her like where his money was, like, or why didn't she give him any, or where's his cut of the money, or why didn't she give him like his cut of the money, and that she was like, because it's my money or something like that. And I guess he like beat her up pretty bad for that. And I was told that she had bruises on her from, or those bruises from that incident when Dawn gave her a ride. So I'm assuming that she had just started having to, she didn't know how all it worked. How it worked. I would think you would know by that point, though. I mean, that's kind of course, you're doing a lot of drugs, and the one thing that else that didn't match was she mentioned the vehicles like that Dawn would arrive in. She said it was either a newer red car, which anybody would know that from looking at YouTube or whatever, that they have that newer red car. So I was like, okay, like, and then she mentioned she said navy blue, like SUV, like she said like blazer type, like, and then she mentioned like box or square, and I was like a box, which like right then brought me to where Fred had described Andy's car as a box car, or a, and then that's right after that call, I sent pictures of Andy's car, or well, not his exact car, but a Kia Soul, and the color it would have been, which would have been a silver. And then I sent a few pictures of Andy that I could find. And that's when I found out that Andy was who was supposedly with Dawn on a few occasions, and who actually started going there on his own, supposedly, allegedly. And yeah, that car was the correct model of vehicle that was there, but she thought it was a bluish color, but that maybe she was mistaken because it was darker, or it was dark out, or because it also had been raining another time when she saw that car. So, and plus also all the drugs they were on. But she said that that looks like the same model of car that she saw sometimes. So take it for what I don't know. I don't know what to think. It freaked me out. She said that the main thing that freaked her out and made her want to get a hold of me is that when her friend told her that Dawn had mentioned about a septic tank, sewage tank, how, and that's something that has came up like a few times. Yeah, they did say innocent. I'm afraid to say yes. Like a blue Suburban. Suburban was what she said. Suburban. They have a blue Suburban. Does it work though? That's what I think she did say. Suburban was exactly the word she used. But then when I sent a picture of the Kia Soul, she said that that was the style of vehicle. And the Kia Soul is like square, like it's like a box. It's the same car that Don drove to the. Oh, did he drive it? Suburban is green. Indian Dawn was in the Knoxville the day Summer came up gone, and that's why they came in at the same time. Yeah, it's green, kind of blue. It's green, kind of blue. It's green. Okay. Well, she said it was the style of the Kia Soul that I said, but I'm like, okay, can I believe this, or is she just saying yeah because that's what I sent her? You know what I mean? But it was freaking me out because just the day before, well, the reason why I did the video the day before was because of her email where she brought up like, hey, I want to talk to you because I have some like really, a friend of mine told me some really scary stuff and it has to do with Knoxville. And I had just done a live on Knoxville because I had a feeling. I feel like, I don't know if it has anything to do with Summer, but I am pretty positive there's some type of Knoxville connection with Dawn and Andy, both. Like, and it's for the same reason. Same thing. Like, and I feel like it's probably Dawn that introduced Andy to this. One of them introduced the other. But, and I was told that the guy that would go with Dawn, because at first I was thinking the only two people I thought of was Dudley and Andy. And I just never really thought it could, Dudley. I was trying to be neutral because I'm like, I didn't believe I've never felt that way really about Dudley, but you never know. Like, there's a lot of dudes that get like prostitutes and stuff that you would never, I don't know. But I also was told this guy would also be given dope from, and I say dope, I call all dope. Not just, it could be dope, could be pills, it could be meth, it could be coke. That's what people used to call it when I was, back in the day. The people I was around, all of it was dope. Even sometimes some people would call even weed dope, but I don't call weed dope. If I say dope, I don't even call weed really drugs. So when I say dope, I mean like the strong stuff. And I guess they were pressing pills, putting freaking fentanyl in pills and shit, making fake like Xanax bars and like stuff like that. This stupid cat. Oh my gosh, cat. He got caught up on he got caught up on the cord of the computer and it pulled it down along with my Diet Coke can. I have just like this tiny, like, you know, like one of those little tables that you can fold up. It's just like a TV tray type thing. You know, it's just small, like 1 foot by 2 foot or something. Yeah, I'm good. Raining cats, yeah. But I didn't notice how this is interesting. Now I have to save this picture because I'm going to save it and put it in my Andy folder. Actually, Jody Sue and Andy both share a folder. Put it in the Jody Sue Andy folder just for later reference because that's so weird how now it says missing teeth. Is Andy missing teeth? And I don't know about, it says spot on face, mole or birthmark. I don't know about that, but the hair part looks right, like this in the hat, you know. Okay, and then somebody was asking about the toys. I was trying to find out where the blue bin and the baby doll. Yeah, Dusty's the one that mentioned the blue bin. She sent me, I think, the video too. I'm trying to find that. Sent me a message where Denise had said that she just got off the phone with Don and that she said Don and Candace called, that he wasn't drinking and that he was just talking about God, and that Candace seemed sober and that he had clothes on tonight. Because there was a time where she was talking to Don and Don looked to have no clothes on, but you know, she couldn't really tell because she couldn't see the bottom half, but he could have been pantsless or not. And Dusty mentioned something about the prophet Ellen White. Yeah, because he mentioned her all the time to me. Too. So I was hoping that, let's see here. Oh, I forgot about this. Hold on, I'll show. Here we go. I was trying to figure out where this was. I guess I'll have to ask her. This is a motel right here. She said that they mentioned something about Dawn pulling into this motel. That doesn't look like one level, but that is very interesting because I totally forgot about this. But is that, yeah, that doesn't look like the one that was described, but, and then let's see what other pictures she sent me. trying to find those toys, like the picture of the toys. The picture, it looks like it's possibly at that fairgrounds. It kind of looks like that, but I can't figure out. She has been. So she's showing, okay, screenshots of, we found the blue tote. Oh, this is when Dawn was messaging her, like screwing with her. She also said she is at Silver Springs. She said all this today. Oh, that's not anything to do with. Sorry, guys. Where is these toy things at? I know she sent them to me. Oh, well, here they are, but I need a picture that has. Okay. Here is something. There's this blue house too that she mentioned that she saw. Didn't she mention something about Dawn being outside this? I can't remember the significance of this. Was this motel the one that closed down, then reopened with new management? Huh. I don't know. I think that's the hotel that with Dobbs. Oh, no, it's not. No, it wasn't with Dobbs. I remember it was definitely with Dawn because they were like following a white truck, but there was some type of seemed to be some confusion whether or not the truck was actually Dawn's. Ellen White was a prophet. If you read any other books, she backed her statements up with scripture as well. Very interesting. But I don't know. Like, I know she was supposed to be a prophet, but like, how does somebody determine that they're a prophet? Like, at what point do you get to determine that you're a prophet? It says, in religion, a prophet is an individual who is regarded as being in contact with a divine being and is said to speak on behalf of that being, serving as an intermediary with humanity by delivering messages or teachings from the supernatural source to other people. Like, anybody could say they're a prophet. Like, that guy, what's his name, from freaking Waco, Texas, didn't he say he was a prophet? And everybody like drank the Kool-Aid. Um, okay. I forget the significance of this house, though. Can you look up Churchill Inn article about trafficking? Okay. Right. More important is getting other people to call you that, right? I've been a Venice for 40 years, but I'm not sure on everything. I guess everybody can stay there and be full of shit. Yeah. Wonder what hotel Candace was in when she did that live with the child sleeping behind her and those pics of her and Kathy in the hotel. Was that Kathy? Yeah, I do remember Dawn saying Summer's hair is longer now. You want to see the drawing real quick? Of course, I just closed it, but it is interesting. I did have another picture I was going to pull up, but I wanted to make sure I didn't show her team member. She called her team member that, and she didn't want me to show her. So I'm going to have to try to like maneuver this picture so that. Okay. And while you guys are looking at that, I will find that picture, that drawing. That drawing is interesting. Interesting to me. I find it interesting considering, see, I didn't mean to do that. I had it pulled. I already screwed that up. Hold on. I didn't show the right thing, first of all. It is interesting to me considering it looks like, I don't know. You don't see too many, and to me, I don't think so. You don't see very many goatees like shaped like how Antie's has it sometimes. Like how it's like that triangular shape. This is like, I guess the, excuse me. The box of toys, and this was found. I can't wish I could remember. Okay, and the picture. It's right here. Here's the picture. She said right there, she describes the hat as it looks like a golfer's hat, blue plaid, missing teeth, brownish reddish hair, scraggly. It says overalls. Overalls. Don't think I've ever seen Andy in overalls, but I think it was behind a hotel. see. Yeah, Jackie Dobbs did wear overalls, but he definitely doesn't have fit the other things don't fit. I don't know. They found those toys, and I just don't. I forget the significance of them. Kid named Jay. His dad was a victim of Jim Jones. Drank the Kool-Aid, was not a joke around us. He wore it all his life. Sad to see someone really affected by that stuff. Oh, it was Dave Radar staying in that blue house after the search for Summer last year. Waco was David Koresh. Jim Jones came to California, moved his followers to South America, and they drank the Kool-Aid. Oh, okay. To be considered a prophet, every single thing that they predict have to be perfect when they happen. Like they said, even if it's the slightest thing is different, then they're not considered a prophet. About some of this stuff privately. The racetrack and was by old trailers and junk cars. 99% sure Dobbs is not involved. If anything, he's stuffed up the plans of the real culprit. I think that's why they were so adamant of chasing him off, so he didn't witness anything the day of the 15th. Yeah, that would make sense. That would explain Jody Sue's. I don't know. She's just a neighbor from hell. Remember, Jackie did like shave his head and his beard the day. Do you have a picture of him at the truck on Jody Sue's land before he shaved all that? Dude is too old and see, I never thought that Jackie Dobbs. I never thought he was. Wait, what was that place that somebody was saying? Right? Exactly. Why be nosy? Oh, I know not right this second, but weird activity was going on at the house late at night. Ew. Dawn's words are ringing in my ears right now about this being bigger. Yes. About this whole thing with Summer being bigger than anybody could. Yes, he did say that. And it would make sense. Like, what else could it be? Oh, this is all bigger than anybody can even imagine. Okay. What, in what way? Like, what does everybody's mind immediately go to when you hear this is bigger than anybody ever could imagine? Mine immediately goes to trafficking. Immediately. And with trafficking, there's definitely drugs. So the whole prostitution thing, and there being this play, this this no-tell motel, probably it might not even have a name. Kind of nothing around. It seems likely. I feel like somebody was saying I need to. Who was saying, or Lady CG? Who was it that was saying that to look up something about some inn and in what who Oh, maybe he is trying to make it seem like spiritual. Oh, it's just like bigger than we could ever imagine. Yeah, he might be doing that too. Because he's just like, maybe, I don't know. Sometimes I think that maybe he just like has all this because he's just started going to like church and stuff, really getting into it lately towards towards when Summer went missing. So maybe I've kind of wondered if all that stuff like went to his head and he's just kind of off from all the drugs because he's doing, he's having a little bit of delusions, right? Or whatever you call it. And because he's smoking crack, like he's having thousands of dollars worth of crack on him. And he's probably, maybe it's like effing with his head a little bit. And, he's into this like stuff that is not, that he feels is a sin, like getting the prostitutes, getting the drugs. And so he starts going to church and he thinks, oh, well, I'll just like I'll just pray like my sentence away. I'll just pray and it'll be okay. I'll just go to church and it'll be okay. Oh, if I have a debt, I could just, I could sell my daughter. Like every sin's all the same. I just will ask God to forgive me. I'll see her in the resurrection anyways. I'll see her again in the resurrection. She'll be in a better place anyways. Or God will forgive me. God will forgive anybody, right? A lot of people who are really religious, like, they'll sometimes say there's no differences in sin. All sins are the same. So maybe that's why he really started getting into this, or maybe that's why he started getting into church like more like heavily towards the end, because he was really into this. He had been really into these prostitutes, this dope activity, and he had a little bit of guilt and shame around it. So he truly wanted to believe that there was a God that would forgive him, that there was, the book, I think it's called The Great Controversy, or I think it's not The Great, I think it's just called The Controversy by Ellen White. I think there's something to that book too, and I haven't like had a chance to really read it because that's the book that Dawn always tells people to read. And even Fred said that he felt like that Dawn was trying to tell him that if he read the book The Controversy by Ellen White, that he would just understand what happened to Summer. Dawn said something like that to me too, but it wasn't the controversy. It was a scripture. It's in that call. I need to find that. He said, if you want to know what happened to Summer, I remember those exact words. You want to know what happened to Summer? Read, and I can't remember. He's like, read that, and I remember writing it down. He told me, like, read this. It was a verse or book in the Bible. It was a chapter. It wasn't just like one verse. It was like, it wasn't from Ellen White's book. And it had something to do with Mary Magdalene. okay, well, that's freaky. I just thought about that too. That just kind of slipped out and I didn't realize what I was saying because I just remember that. Well, she was a prostitute. God, I just get to think. I process this stuff out loud, like with you guys, like out loud. I'm sitting here talking like my thoughts because there's been so much like stuff talked about, and a lot of the stuff I don't really remember. I mean, I remember, but I don't think of all the time because there's been so much, and now all of a sudden, all this stuff I'm starting to remember, and I remember in a call he told me to read a verse. I keep saying verse, but some verses. I wish I could remember exactly which ones, but he would mention Mary or what's her name? The lady that was the prostitute in the Bible. He would mention her all the time. No, yeah, she's not a god, she's a prophet. But yes, the Jezebel spirit. Yes, Valkyrie. He would always say that. He would always say Jezebel. He would always mention Jezebel. Right, a documentary. Exactly. I know. I don't know if I really want to read it. It'd probably be boring to me, but is that the book that Don asked Molly and Bullhorn to read before meeting with them? Oh, I'm sure it was Ellen White because that's the only other book that he's going to mention for anybody to read besides the Bible. If it was any other book than the Bible, then yes, it was Ellen White and probably The Controversy. Andy was on. Actually, he wasn't. Well, actually, who knows? How do I know? I guess I can't say for sure. Andy was on camera all day at work, but we don't know for sure if he was or not. But it's interesting. The day after, isn't it true? Like the day after Jody Sue comes out and says that Andy sold drugs to the kids on Ben Hill Road and to Candace, to, all that weird stuff. Didn't Jody Sue, I didn't see it myself, but people said that Jody Sue said the next day or later on, I think it actually was in that same live, supposedly, that, and actually Andy wasn't on camera the whole day at work. She did say that. She said, and Andy was actually not on camera the whole day at work. It's like, what is it, Jody Sue? Was he or wasn't he? Was he the drug dealer or was he not? Because you've said both very adamantly. So, hey, Barbie. So next Saturday, by the way, is that we're going to be doing your the fundraiser for Barbie and for her son recently passed. Well, actually, it's been a couple months, but I'm sure it feels just like yesterday. Lindsay and her religious freaks like to blame females for tempting them. Could he be blaming the Jezebel and her for tempting someone to essay her? Or I feel like Don got addicted to the prostitution or the prostitutes. And yeah, he just, where does Andy work? He used to work at Eastman, didn't he? But not sure. I was going to put in this address real quick to this background site I have, the 110 Van Hill, just in case. But I do think that that's like a mistake. Van Hill, right? Okay, let's see here. Van Hill, Rogersville. Let's see if it. Oops, I didn't. But I don't know the zip code. What's the zip? Oh, there it is. Oh, it does come up as an address. Not seeing any. Here, actually. See, like as soon as I put in 110 Van Hill Road, it brings up Ben Hill and Google. I think that was an accident, but Don did get pulled over on Van Hill. I know that for certain. I remember that. Okay. So oh yeah, that's right. He has two jobs. At night he does the parking lot sweeping. That's true. We know that because he was live doing that. Well, he was on CSI's channel. Okay, so there's one other thing I want to make sure to talk or show you guys. So because it was on, oh my gosh, guys, it's 3:33. There's one more thing I want to make sure I show you guys because it was on Emma's channel, Crime Stories Obsessed. And I thought it was really interesting. And I want more people to see it because I thought it was cool, or not cool, but weird. It's, I don't know. It's not cool. It's just, I feel like I want to know more. So, and hold on, I had the picture up, but it looks like I closed it out. So I had to pull it up real quick. And I had never seen this picture before. Ever. Hold on. I don't remember seeing this. So I could be. Who has seen this picture? But this was, I screenshotted it from Emma's live today. And that is Andy. Or that's who she says is Andy. I mean, it looks like him kind of, but look at that beard he has. That whole triangular beard type thing. But look, what the hell is that? Has the eye, the one eye. That's like Masonic stuff. I looked that up, and that's the Shriners. Like, I think that's what that symbolism is. Which the Shriners is Masonic. Mason. Cat, please. How the heck would this dude? No! Wait! Oh my God. Hold on. I looked up. Holy crap. Hold on. I looked up. I just remembered something when I looked up Shriners. So I typed in Shriners, and it says, there was something I read that freaked me out. It didn't freak me out at the time, but now I remember it. It is because of something we just read. I'm going to find it. I think it was Wikipedia. So where did I read this at? You know how we were just talking about how I was reading stuff that Dusty had predicted or whatever about this case, about Summer, and she had mentioned that the guy is like a woodsman or works with, like, it lives in the woods or makes things with wood. There was something about Shriners with that. And here we are, like, let's see. Yeah, well, his hair is longer now. His hair is way longer now. He doesn't have hair like this anymore in this picture. But I was looking up, I'm like, what exactly is a Shriner? Because this all looks like Illuminati type shit. The eye and like the triangles and the weird symbolism. And how the hell would Andy ever be important enough to be be a Mason? Like, aren't like Masons supposed to be like people that actually are higher and, like kind of like the, like people that are high up in society and stuff. Am I wrong? They're saying it's not Andy. Maybe Andy's dad is a Freemason. This is what you guys sure that's not Andy? That's what Emma was saying, that Andy's this is exactly what she had right here. This is screenshot straight from her live. I wish she was in here. Is she in here? I wonder where she got this picture then. Shriners are Masons. Hold on. It says it's a new fraternity for Masons, stressing fun and fellowship. It is it's members of a secret society. The first temple was established in New York City on the Masonic Hall. So it's like a type of masonry. That's what it says. Nobody said they're the same thing. It says it's a type of masonry. It's all part of Freemasonry. I'll go to a actual let's go to a hold on. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, if you guys give me 1 minute, sorry. Okay. Yeah, one thing that is different about, for sure, that I know, that Shriners have, they have like what's it called? Like a women's like thing, but Masons don't. I guess. And they do a lot of good, but let's see here. The Shriners, it says the Shriners link to Freemasonry. It says if membership in the Freemasons is a requirement to join the Murat Shriners. So it's like, how is it not everywhere I look? It's mentioning masonry. How are they not like similar? Seems like it says Freemasonry is the oldest, largest, and most esteemed fraternal organization in the world. Since 1818, the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of Indiana and our entire Hoosier Masonic family have been cornerstones of nearly every Indiana community. Today, Indiana has 50,000 Masons and almost 400 lodges around the state, and we represent men from all walks of life. So it tells you here it's talking about the Freemasonry, but you have to be a Freemason to be a Shriner. What? This is all confusing. But then people are saying, I mean, I know they're different things, but woman who got time for that. You know a lady who was a Freemason? Really? They wanted us girls to dress up for them and march in front of them. Age was 13. Northern Star for women. Okay. So who is so I wish that Emma not in the chat? Who is? I want to know where she got this picture then, because I was wondering too. I'm like, I thought too that it looks like him, but it also looks like it's like, I mean, obviously this picture would be from a long time ago. It wouldn't have been. It looks like a picture, like possibly in his late 20s, if that's him. So, I wish she was in the chat, but hold on, let me. Let's see. Let me. It does look a lot like older pictures that I saw of Andy. Let me see if I can find some other ones. But I was surprised to see it because I'm like, how would that guy be a Mason or even I mean, I do know they do a lot of really good things. So Shriners International is a fraternity based on fun, fellowship, and the Masonic principles of brotherly love, relief, and truth. Shriners International. Who are Shriners? We are men sharing our best lives. Fun is our cornerstone, and philanthropy is our keystone to fellowship. Brotherhood, family, compassion, and service to others are in our foundation. Shriners are first to fun. You will have the opportunity to connect with your brothers, build your own fraternal experience, and make a difference in the lives of children through your international philanthropy, Shriners Hospitals for Children. We base our fraternity on membership in Freemasonry. To become a Shriner, a man must be first a Mason. So basically, if you're a Shriner, you're even like higher up than a freaking Mason. How would this dude become a Mason? That's why I was like, no way when I first saw this. That's why, I mean, I'm with some of you guys that think it's not him because I wish I could get a hold of Emma. She was just going or showing this on her live today. It's the uppers that are corrupt, just like many churches. That's funny that you say uppers, because isn't uppers like the word that Jody Sue uses? Who said the uppers? Who was it in this case that kept saying the uppers? The uppers. Oh, that definitely looks like it was Candace that said uppers. No, Andy's father. No, there's no way that's Andy's father. That picture is way too recent. Hold on, let me see here. Let's do. Andy doesn't look like that now for sure because his hair's long. Hold on, let me find. I had a hard time finding pictures of him before because But, oh, I know a place that had pictures. I think the Tennessee Department of Corrections has an older picture of him. Hold on. We can compare it to, because that picture is going to be like, there's no way it could be his dad, because that picture is definitely within the last 20 years. And his dad, I don't think it looks like his dad, but let me see if I can find that picture that Bernard. Shit. There we go. Hold on. We're going to do a side by side of this picture. You guys just hold your horses, okay? Because I want to see. I wish I freaking could get a hold of her. She was here forever. That is true. The one's wearing a COVID mask. So it had to have been recently. It would have had to been within what? When did that start? Like, it would have had to been since the last few years. Hold on. Well, I'm not sitting here looking at the CT. I'm not staring at the chat. Like I don't. Everybody already knows I'm not sitting there staring at the picture. I'm looking at trying to find another picture to when he was a picture to put like side by side of it with his hair shorter. God, I can't do everything. Okay. And let's see. Where's good old, like, do they not? Oh, they do have the paint app. Okay. If I just put oh, okay. Yay, that worked. And then if I do copy that and then do like this. Awesome. I'll try to make it so we can see them better. I just distorted them. That distorts the picture when I make the picture bigger. It sure looks it does look exactly like him. Hold on. Now that I have them next to each other, I didn't think so at first. Save as. Okay. Okay, there it is. Sorry, guys. Okay, so here's the two pictures together. But this picture, though, which, let's see here. The one. I was hoping that I heard my messenger go off. I was hoping it was her, but it's not because I was wondering where she got the picture. It doesn't say. It does not say the year of this. This picture, the one though, where I think that picture is from 2010. So this picture would be the one with him holding, or the prison picture would be older because of the lady wearing the mask. He's holding his head up like backwards, and the hairline looks the same. Of course, he's closer shaved in the picture on the right. I don't know. I wish I knew where this picture came from. And it starts with a P, it ends with a T. What's that? I don't know. Emma had it labeled as Andy, and I just took her at her word. I assumed she. But then again, I was like, no way. Like, how is this dude a Mason? You know, she didn't know what it meant because she's from a different country. I don't think she had understood what it really meant. I mean, I didn't even really know what all this was. But the symbolism, like, that looks like a Masonic, like, symbolism to me. But that's what I wanted to show you guys before I went. Mason Star in England. Okay, well, she didn't seem to know what it was, what this stuff or what was going on, what these symbols and stuff is. I never seen somebody. Um, I've never. I didn't know really either. Um, that picture. I wish it was closer up. You know what I mean? But I'd rather just know where the picture came from, and then it would. I tried to do a reverse image search because I was like, "What is?" I'm like, I thought that was Masonic like symbols and stuff, but I wasn't sure, so I did a reverse search trying to figure it out, and then I just typed in Shriner, and you know, I haven't seen Andy ever have like her be like clean shaven and stuff like that in pictures. So now I do know one place that might have some pictures of Andy when he was, let's see, I can't remember what was his name on Green Eyes, like Facebook. I can't remember what he has his name as though. Oh wait, I think I remember. I can find his Facebook. He has pictures of Andy when he was like, he has several pictures of Andy. So maybe if his Facebook's still even up, it might. I think he might have changed it to. He might have deleted his Facebook. I know the last time I looked, he had changed some things, like his name a little bit. Like he added an S to the last name, and maybe if I go to one of Dawn's like Facebook, I'll be able to find him. Yeah, the Bish, that's what his Facebook was, but I'm not, let me see. I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to look through at Dawn's, his comments. He would comment on, he removed that Facebook, did he? So there's no Facebook with all the pictures of Jody Sue and Andy and all that anymore. No, his Facebook actually he used to have a real Facebook. He actually Green Eyes used to have a real Facebook, and he had his pictures on there and everything. But I didn't think at the time, like at first, like I didn't realize when he first, I don't know. I probably have screenshots and stuff somewhere. saved somewhere I probably could find, but I didn't. He had pictures of himself on there and everything. On the first time I saw his Facebook, which was last year sometime when he started calling my phone. I'm not even sure how I found his Facebook. Yeah, I don't think there's really a way to tell if the people in that picture are the same until we find out. Gabble Geeks. Yes, I was the first person that he was harassing back in the day. Yeah. He started calling me even before he started calling Jody Sue back in like October. He called me. The first time he called me was the very first day that Jody Sue was on my, or no, yeah, the very first day that Jody Sue was on my panel. It was that same day, and I didn't realize it at the time. But he seemed fixated on Jody Sue. Then later I realized, oh, like it makes sense why he called me. And then I was wondering why he was acting like he was calling Jody Sue like my friend, and like you're saying, oh, she's your best friend up there. But, ask your best friend. Why don't you ask your best friend? And I remember it was before I moved to this house because I remember exactly where I was when he first called me. It was at my, so it had to have been before the end of November. His name, he went by, his Facebook said Daryl Jacobs. And he'll probably start calling me again because the last time I mentioned his name, he got really mad and said I doxed him. And he, you know how he got my phone number? He got my phone number from Benny when Benny doxed me. That's how he got my number. He told me. Because there'd be times when he would be like, well, actually, most of the time he was not cool. He was actually scary. But I did the same thing Jody Sue did one time. People were saying things like they thought that they didn't understand why Jody Sue was, like they were talking like they were buddies or whatever. Well, and it seemed suspicious. I didn't think anything of it because I knew for me, I mean, I didn't really watch that when they were talking. But I did see clips, and it reminded how I also talked to him to try to calm him down. And it would work. Like if you talk to him like normally, instead of reacting and just be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, and he just would chill out, and you could talk to him normally. But the thing is that wouldn't last, and he would start to be like crazy again. It's really easy to set the dude off. Like he gets really upset, and it's very, he's very, well, obviously unstable, but just very reactive, but that's not the word I'm looking for. Just trying to look to see if I could find his profile because he was commenting all over Don's Facebook. But if you guys are saying that his Facebook's gone now, then I guess that's not going to matter. Well, there was no way to run from him, obviously. I wish. I just stopped answering his phone calls completely. There was a very short time where I was answering his phone calls live because he would call me and call and call and call and call nonstop. People that have been around since the beginning would remember. He would just call and call and call and call and call. Like, would not get tired of it. And people would be like, pick it up. And, I did that a couple times. But yeah, I very soon learned just to completely ignore him, because if you ignore him for a really, really long time, he'll stop. But it takes a very long time for it to quit. I mean, very long time of no answering. I don't answer him at all anymore, because occasionally he'll like sporadically, just out of nowhere, start calling again. And he'll probably do it tomorrow now that I spoke about him. So I usually try not to mention him, because it's kind of like saying Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And then there he is. Well, the new prank call, the one with Marge Simpson's sister's voice. Didn't know about that one, I don't think. Couldn't even put a shirt on for an interview. Kept showing everyone your nipples and fat gut while you pulled up your pants and buckled your belt. Poor Candace looked completely cooked out of her mind. Oh, yeah. Look, right here. I have that as the top right. I put sunglasses on her. Yeah, I have for her as... I have a sticker or emoji or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, he hasn't bothered me for a while. It's been at least very least a month since he's called at all. He's moved on once he got Jody Sue's number. I mean, he would like, if he would give me like ultimatums, like basically like, give me somebody else's number, or if you want me to quit calling you, or sometimes he would be like, I remember a couple times him saying, I'm bored, give me somebody's number. And I'm like, I don't know anybody's number. Anyone heard from Jody Sue? What do you mean? What happened? Has she not been on for a while? She won't let them kick him? Are you serious? That's funny. Check my Twitter. Why? What do I need to check on my Twitter? I don't see any messages or anything. It's a new. Oh, okay. I see. Tim Sutton. Really? Okay, hold on. Thank you. So that's interesting. I think Amanda just showed us how showed us. Okay, she said it's from the Kingsport Lodge. Thank you. Hold on. Kings. So I think she found that is definitely not Andy. So let's see. Kingsport Lodge. I was gonna let's see. I see Kingsport Lodge. There. Yes. Right here. There's that picture right here. How did you see those names though? Let's see. There's 9, 3, 6, 9, 10. There's only how did you get those names on the picture? Okay, that's George Wayne Coates. Tim Sutton. That says Tim Sutton. Who sent her this picture? Look, there, look, right there. So thank you. You helped solve the mystery. That dude is not Andy. Thank you so much. How did you find that? Hold on, let me go. That makes it totally makes sense because that I'm like, why? How is that guy a freaking Mason? I wonder who sent her that picture. Hey, Patty. That dude in the picture, yeah, that's definitely not Andy. This one right here. What the heck? How is that him? That's the same guy? How the heck? This guy right here has light eyes. What? This guy right here has dark eyes. They don't even look like the same. I guess kind of, but like this looks like light eyes right there. What? Just to all you men, that does not look good. I mean, that just looks like not good. Check under the desk. Or, oh my gosh, under the, ew. Fred Flintstone's hat. Good night. Where's Summer? Is that who is? Are you the one that emailed me, a wicked bitch of the South? Are you? with the Facebook. Oh, really? Anybody can become a Mason? You've seen women with better beards, I know, right? Because I want to make sure that no man, Chris, ever does this ever again. Like, I mean, it's just fuzzy at the side. That doesn't look good. Maybe if you stare at it long enough, you'll know not to. I mean, because you don't have to look at yourself, like, really. Everybody else does. Who put it out with the help of Atkin Childs? It was Cher that did what? C12? You would cut it? Um, okay. Somebody said, I don't know who else, I can't see who it was now. We tried to tell you it wasn't him. I'm like, oh, okay, since you told me, so that you can't go by what somebody tells you. You have to I have to have, I don't know, I'm one of those that have to have proof. It was put on I mean, I trust Emma, so it was on her channel just minutes before I went live, and it said it was Andy. So I was like, but I was at the same time, I was like, no way is that dude. And I didn't think, I'm like, I've never seen him with short hair like that, but I was like, kind of does look like him, but at the same time, I'm like, no way is that dude a Mason. And I've never seen him ever, and she was just saying how he was obviously cleaned up for some event. And so I reversed image search and, I was like, but I wanted to save it and show you guys and be like, what the heck? So, but it is good to know where that picture came from originally, but I want to know who put it out there as him, like it was Andy. Because obviously if it came from that Facebook that, let's see, who was that? That Mandy sent or showed me. So obviously they could have easily seen the list of who all were in the picture was at the right. So why did somebody say or try to put it out as Andy when it was obviously not him? Like, when it says right to the right that it's who is in the picture, and there are no Andys. Let me see here. It says, go back to the picture. Yeah, none of those people are named Andy or George because his real name is George. So why did somebody put that out as him? See, it's Sammy Dennison, Wayne Skeen, Mike Hill, Tim Sutton, Don Clayman, Dusty Parsons. But who is that? That one is a chick, though. That says Gary. That looks like a girl. That one in the mask is not a girl, by the way. It's a guy. What the heck? I thought it was a girl. Andy's middle, right? Andy, that's true. Andy's middle name is actually George. It's his dad, or no. I, no. Sorry. Andy's first name is George. I have his Tennessee Department of Corrections thing pulled up right now, and it says George Bernard. It says it says actually George Andrew Bernard, and his dad's name though is Andrew George Bernard, I think. You thought it was a lady too? Yeah, I thought it was a chick. Is Emma still in here? I saw somebody say this Atlin child is like Leah Remini to the Church of. Who's Atlin child? Who's I don't know, Marlena. He didn't. Nobody said that Andy's going to do an interview with him. That he didn't say that he was going to do an interview with Chris. He just said that was. I didn't hear that when I watched Scott's. Anyways, I just heard that. Was it said that Andy's going to do an interview with Chris? I just heard that Chris was trying to get a hold of Andy and called Andy's parents' house. And Andy went over to grab his number, and he hadn't called Chris yet. I didn't hear anything about an interview. That would be cool, though, but I'm surprised. If Andy does that, that would be great, but I really would be surprised if he does that. I really don't believe he would. I just don't. I feel like if he would have done that, it would have been done before now. I just don't think he will. It's hard to even get him on here. I mean, he came on here that one time, but I don't know. I don't think he will. I feel like we'll see. He might surprise me. He surprised me a little bit with his answers. From what I heard, he did answer some more than he was not as vague as I thought he would be. So that was surprising. So maybe I'll be surprised, and maybe he will, have a conversation with Chris. I mean, obviously he knows that if he talks with Chris is going to record the call. So I'm sure he knows that. I just feel like maybe it's just because I feel like Andy knows something. Maybe that's why I think he won't do it. And he's been like the only like smart one not to really speak. I mean, he has recently, but it took a year. He was doing really good and didn't speak, but lately has been. So I don't know what to think of that. I don't know if that means, I don't know what to think of that. To me, I think it looks bad to me, but to some people it might not. Some people might look at it differently. But I feel like if you don't have anything to hide, then why not talk? But I also understand not wanting to be bothered all the time with it, but why not talk I feel like, I don't know, I guess everybody's different. He wants a trailer. You think they're up to something? Timon and tie up on my list right now next to this man. They're both creepos. My new email list does go through the chat. If you do exclamation email, it should come up, or it's YouTube Ziggy at Comcast, or no, I'm sorry. Oh gosh, scratch that. YouTube Ziggy at outlook.com. I still have the other email, but I don't. This one's just better because it's just, on that, you use a little, it pops up the notifications. It's part of the Outlook or Microsoft thingamajig. I don't know. Oh. Somebody sent me an email and said, they said it was me. Check it out. I thought it was Andy as well. Oh. Okay, so somebody sent me this. I don't think it has their name, so I can share it. I'll show this real quick before I leave. Oh, yeah, I don't know who I think. I think Jody Sue is worse, but maybe that's just because I know more about Jody Sue. Maybe if we knew more about Andy, our minds would change about, I don't know. I do know that she's definitely not my cup of tea, but that. Okay, so I was just sent this, and this makes sense. Okay. This is all the way several months ago, back in January. They send a picture to Cher, and they said, Cher, did you send this to Reverend Donna? And she said, we have had that for a long time with several others. And she said, yes, you sent it to me. I have a feeling with these guys being involved. Oh, okay, so it was Cher that put it out there. Oh, okay. Okay, so actually, so Cher originally sent it to Nana, because right here she says, yes, you sent it to me. Huh. Wonder who gave it to Cher, though, because, I mean, how would somebody not see that? On the right, it says, you would think they would have noticed, because on the right, it says all the people that are standing there, but I don't know. What's this link here? C12. Oh, that has music in it. Who is that? In that link, it has. I wish there was a way to. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Let me see. Let me try to pull this up so you can see it. It was okay. One second. I just have to make sure it's going to start blasting music. Okay. So this is something that Cher posted. Oh, okay. So it was right here, the Wells Secret. Okay, Kingsport. at Altian Childs to dear share. While I'm blown away with what you have discovered, this must have taken some effort. Well done, caring soul. Please know that all of Freemasonry leads one to moral emancipation, and the Bible of Freemasonry is nature, which teaches the candidate that anything goes and all is allowed. So, no, you are certainly not crazy to have suspicions regarding the Masonic neighbor of the missing girl. Lastly, pedophilia is the sweetest of forbidden fruits to the Freemasons who have reached this moral emancipation. Children are also the most potent sacrifice for the spirit beings that surround us. I'm deeply sorry to have to say that. I believe you. I don't know about this energy stuff, but I do know the Lord, and may he be with you on this road you travel. Okay, but yeah, no, that's well. Now I don't know. So that's exactly where this picture came from. What is this supposed to, why did they have that picture added in? It's Candy's master plan. Bella Vita talking with Altian Childs. Yeah, but this is, I will Google his name, but it doesn't have anything to do with it now, because now that we know that these pictures are all have nothing to do with, I mean, I'll definitely Google them, but it has nothing to do with Summer, because we just found out that that's for sure wasn't Andy in those pictures. So then there's no ties to the case as far as Masons that we know. Let's see, out I don't even know how to say his name. Childs. He's an Australian singer songwriter. He was the winner of the second season of X Factor Australia. That's cool. Long-haired rocker Altian Childs became the unlikely winner of the second series of the X Factor Australia, despite some rather bizarre off-field behavior. And his mind-bending video exposing Freemasons. That's interesting. Don't judge Australian people on this guy. I am gonna judge. I'm gonna judge him and all you Australians. You're all the same. No, my daughter would love to move there. I can't say Australia too loud, or she'll be like, "Oh my gosh, can we move there?" Do I believe that they're evil or you don't? I don't know enough about Masons to, I would say more so, I don't know. I would have to educate myself more on it to make that decision, you know? If I was going to choose right now, I'd say yes they are, but I can't choose for sure, because I don't No, I'd have to, yeah, I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge of them. Help me, Facebook. Yeah, that is true. There is bad and good in every organization. That's true. There's probably some that's not, but why? What do you think? What do you guys think? What do you think, C12? What, Missy Q? What do you mean? Massonites? Yeah, I could see how some people, it would bother some people if they have Masons in their family to say that they're evil because huh. Isn't it tied to like the Illuminati and stuff? I really am not. I shouldn't even talk on it because I really do not know enough on it. So I'm going to, yeah, I'm not educated as far as on that topic enough to even have to form a very solid opinion. It would be like, yeah, I can't say either way. I've heard stories of some weird things, but I've heard that about like Christianity too. If I wasn't, if I didn't know better, I would think Christianity was evil or Catholicism or um, any religion really or any group. It is kind of like how somebody just said about there's bad in everything. Sex slaves. Yeah, and I do. I have also heard that's true. Wicked bitch of the South. I've heard a lot of good things they do too. Oh, really? Catholics aren't supposed to join Masons? Oh, did they just change to allow or to allow women? That does sound familiar, but also I don't know. Hitler jailed Freemasons. Missy, who are you? People have their own opinion. Yeah, she keeps asking stuff like, "Who are you guys?" It's weird. I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but it did seem some rude questions. But I didn't want to like. I take things wrong a lot of times, so I'm trying not to jump to conclusions. You're very late. Yes, you are. I'm about to get off here, but you're Catholic and there are Freemasons. I tried to join a man's shed group last year because I wanted to learn how to do woodworking. I wasn't allowed. I felt like a woman from the 1800s. Oh, really? You weren't allowed? He was knighted by the queen, but molested young boys for years. He was protected by the elites until he died. Yeah. That's take a look on the page, the real Andy B. Okay. Uh-oh, what? He hasn't posted anything. It's kind of in the title, Men's Shed. Look up Women in the Wood instead. It's kind of in the title. Oh, gosh. Only girl in woodworking class in high school. We all had to take, what was that class? Shop class, I think it was just called, or something like that. Yeah, we all had to do that. Your secret spider cult? You have a handshake and are developing a spider language? Eastern Star. Yeah, that's true. No, Marlena, I don't think I did. No. Which email did you send it to? It's not in my old email, but guys, I am gonna go. Yeah, no, I don't have email on either of my emails. Home economics, that's what it was called. No, economics, that was actually, that's right. Home economics was a different class. It was actually just called shop, I think, or something. Shop. Shoots out her butt. You put up some shelves and broke my husband's Makita impact driver thing. Apparently wrong tool. Okay, why be so nosy? Sits atop the buttocks. Yeah, that's right. Home economics was cooking and stuff. Yeah, I had to take that too. I remember that, and like that was like early. I'm thinking that was middle school, maybe 9th grade and 10th grade had to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna go to you guys. So if you didn't see last night's live, definitely go check it out on here. I'll get the link. It's interesting about, if you don't want to hear about where she reads about me, where she's doing my tarot cards and all that. then just fast forward, I don't know, an hour or so. You'll figure it out. Hold on, let me get the link for you because it was really good and it would help. Well, I explained a little bit of what I was talking about the prostitute stuff. Okay. Here's the link to that live. Pimponomics. You paid a girl to finish your project. Who too much info, Tracy? I already talked about that on here. Any of that stuff I talked to or talked about on her live, I talked about already. Go away, cat. No. I had already talked about it on my live. So actually, if I had talked about too much, then it was really actually the night before that because I had already talked about it. And I did, like I said earlier, I'm like, I don't know if I really should talk about this, but since I already mentioned it, here I go. And the reason why is because it's kind of scary when you start talking about prostitution rings and stuff like that and drug, narcotic rings, and people face a lot of time for stuff like that. And it would be definitely enough time that somebody would, hurt somebody for exposing. So he called it a shop. Oh, hell, Spider King. She did your reading and it was brought on. Oh, did she, Nana? I don't know. I don't see it, Marlena. I'll let you know, though, if I don't see it. I see one from YB Sonozi, but I don't see one from you, Marlena. Not yet. All right, guys, I'm going to go. So everybody have a nice evening. Have a great Sunday. I was like thinking, what day is it? You can't sleep now? Oh, no. And I'm getting off now. All right, guys. I'll talk to you all later.